Gotta let that note just hang on there, folks. Welcome, Flying with Mike, once again in the Felis 747-200 in the Purple People Eater. And I'm just gonna let that run in the background for a few seconds. Yes, FedEx. Actually, the way FedEx started, Federal Express. How many of you all remember that name? Yeah, it goes back quite a ways. And how many remember the Purple People Eaters? Yep, that's when FedEx was purple. So still kind of is, but they've kind of gotten away from that paint scheme. A lot of people liked it. A lot of people, I guess, didn't because it went away. But anyway, we're here. We're in Greensboro, North Carolina, prepping the 747 on a retro flight, if you will. Yes, FedEx had a few way back in the day, just after the Flying Tiger buyout. Now, you don't know how close I was to putting Flying Tigers up here. I just wasn't sure if FedEx management would be very happy to see that one. Actually, I'm pretty sure they would have loved to have seen it. But anyway, yeah, I came close. So I was about ready to pull the trigger. Y'all had seen the nice Purple People Eater and change it to Flying Tigers. So, but anyway, those days are now gone. They actually got replaced, unfortunately, by the MD-11s. Although, as history tells out, that was actually a good investment into those MD-11s. So. And 777s later to come. So here they are, folks. We're going to do a nice flight from here. Oddly enough, we're going to go visit Los Angeles again. Yeah, I'm a glutton for punishment. Let's get ready to fly with Mike, shall we? And head on up into the cockpit and get things ready to go. Matt, 1997, nice to see you. Haven't seen you in a while. Hope things are good with you. And hope flight training has gone well. All right, so I am going to head up. I do not see my little thing that told me ads were about to start. So I'm going to go take advantage of that and get up in the cockpit and see how much we can pre-flight before they actually start. Oh, still working on the instrument. While you work on the instrument written, I'm going to work on English oral. Just for some reason, not coming out for me. Anyway, we're going to go ahead now and kill the music. What's good to hear. Still working on that. Love hearing that. All right, folks, we're going to head up in the cockpit now. And now the ads start up, wouldn't you know? Oh, Twitch, you always keep it hanging. When will they actually start? And I will be right back, folks. I'm going to go grab a cup of coffee. Wow, amazing what you can get done with a minute and 25 seconds, folks. Cup of water, cup of coffee. Wow. Oh, excuse me, folks. Oh, we've had a really good stretch of weather here in the St. Louis area, and as you all know, when we have a good stretch of weather, allergies begin to erupt, and they are with. All right. All right, so as you can see on your screen, it's not a mistake. We are going to pre-flight. Um, let's get over here to flight planning, load the sim, and fly now. All right, folks, so here you go. Right now, we are planned out of Greensboro, and if you're not familiar, we flew Atlanta over here a couple days ago. Now tackling a little transcontinental action, shall we? Um, so down just until we get the fixes in here. There we go. All right, so let's take a look. Now, Sim Brief is not fully up with all the freighters and all of that. So if passengers show up as loadout, treat them as that person is a box. Okay, granted 200 pounds or so worth of box, but still, that's kind of how SimBrief treats them. There's only a few aircraft in here they actually have as freighters. Oddly enough, one of them is, well, no, they do not have the MD-11 in here. It's the freighter. Oh, sorry about the Slurpee there, folks. All right, so we got 109,980 pounds going to be uplifted for a special run to Los Angeles. We're going to uplift 141,640 or so pounds of fuel. We'll get to that in a few minutes, just like we did yesterday. And then our total zero fuel weight of 496,669. Trip today is going to be the Triad 1 departure, BAWDS, then HMV, then SWAPP, HILTY, KK39 Charlie, KA36 Whiskey to INW, which I believe is Winslow, Arizona. I believe, don't on that, to DRK, to GABBL into Hollywood. I'm sorry, Hollywood 1 arrival. So, heard an interesting one yesterday that I'm going to look at. Hopefully, I'll remember the tornado. Huh. Kind of raised my eyebrow with the soon to release Twister 2V. If you didn't see Twister, I highly recommend it. Excellent Bill Paxton, and oh my gosh, her name just poofed. Anyway, just phenomenal movie about tornadoes. Now they're doing a sequel. I think it's 20 years since the last one came out. So, all right, today's weather pretty decent in both areas, although they're showing instrument over in the Los Angeles area. All right, so we got a 030 wind here in Greensboro at 7. Thank you. We've had that here in St. Louis as well. A nice, cool, refreshing late spring front came through and just turned it spectacular here in St. Louis. Obviously, carried itself into the hot southeast, which is actually comfortable. So, you don't get many of those. Hope you guys are definitely enjoying it out there in this lovely late spring weather. 73 degrees outside. Yeah, get out and enjoy it, folks. Ain't gonna last long, especially down in the southeast. And just beautiful. Right now, we only have a few clouds based at 4,500 feet up there. So now out into Los Angeles area, we'll get to the ATIS in a moment. Winds are westerly at 3 knots. So obviously the 2 4s, 2 5s are active. Interesting enough, we'll get to, if you've been reading down here, because it does kind of stand out. Interesting difference if you haven't seen it already. Point it out. 230 at 3, we've said the wind, 3 miles visibility, light drizzle, overcast 800, and 60 degrees. So not a bad day actually there in sunny it's not sunny Southern California, but it's not bad. Oh, I just can't get over. When I go on stream, it's like all of a sudden my body feels like, oh, I need to yawn and hiccup and all of those bad things. I just don't get it. Oh, it just cracks me up. Anyway, if you haven't noticed, notice the wind is out almost 100 degrees, or 180-degree difference. So, and I'm pretty sure that has the culprit. It's a little old. So, we're just going to go with the METAR. This will change in the 3 to 4 hour flight we have ahead of us. All right. So, pressing on, let's get us a VATSIM flight plan in the hopper. He says very cautiously. Get that move as well. And let's see here. Everything's looking good, Nav. You know what? You're going to get an upgrade in your normal navigation here, Mr. 747-200. Going to actually be able to do RNIP 10s. And will be nice. All right. Just filing it. And all right, we got about 45 minutes to departure time, folks. So what do you say we get after? Because we're going to need just about all of it. Now, I've gone in and done some things ahead of schedule, but I haven't done many of the checks. I want you all to see them. That is to include, we have not programmed the FMC. No, we're not flying SIVAs. Reason being, we had a bad experience. We had a 740, beautiful 747-200. Believe it was called Ready for Pushback. Don't quote me on that. I think that's what it was called. And it was for Flight Sim 2002 and a century of flight. Now, I put and bought the SIVA INS systems from carousels into it. Enjoyed flying it with the INS, albeit little grumbly because it is extra time, folks, and it's actually a substantial amount of time and a substantial amount of extra work, but it's worth it until we ended up, I think, if I can remember the process that happened, I had to shut down abruptly or we had a power outage. Folks, those things happen. Um, and when I came back to fly it again, the carousel was in an error and I could not clear it. I asked a few of my friends who were a little bit more savvy with it, couldn't figure it out either. So we uninstalled it completely out of the system, reinstalled it fresh, same error. Even reached out. They had no idea what's going on. At the same time, this generic FMC program came out that bridges every aircraft out there. Came out, and this, by the way, is probably a couple of months of that happening. So I switched over and never went back. That attitude, welcome in. I got to work on these sounds. I don't know where they went. But welcome in, sir. Appreciate you. appreciate the time you bring into here. And so that's why I don't fly SEVAs anymore. I switched over to the FMS and never came back to the SEVAs, and very not happy with myself. Not happy of purchasing something that would end up crapping out so badly. So that's why I don't fly with them. And I'm not giving any troubles to Felix and Felis and your team. You've got a spectacular plane here. You got great utilities to help that little animal called the INS. I just don't use it because of what happens, and I don't want it to spoil any of the all-out fun I have with this plane. So they have gone, and they have actually done a lot more than Carousel, and they didn't want to. And I understood their philosophy. They wanted it, as all of you who fly planes like this, real as possible. So you didn't get any little cuts and shorts and stuff like that to get things done quick. And as Carousel told me some 20 years ago, it could lead to problems. So I didn't do one of those where you short the 30-minute INS thing. It takes 30 minutes to align. Talk and do some research. KAL 007. James Bond was not on that plane. Maybe that's what the Russians were claiming. Anyway, check it out. Enough on that. That's not what we're here for, folks. We're here to fly. And we spent too much time in there. So let's get this thing up and going. So a couple of the things I've already done. When I come into the plane, I immediately put the plane on power. So I come over here, go to the ground settings, insert chocks, and connect GPU and ACU right off the bat. Then I come over here, battery switch on, and the standby power to normal. Boom, we're ready to go. Once the external power is there, I put it on the bus. Then I turn my galley powers on, trim airs, and a couple of other things, humidity and all of them, my recircs. Come over here, pop on the radio masters, and get these guys into alignment. They're actually aligned right now. We'll get them per checklist. And that's all I do, folks. And then I start my stream up and we go from there. And then we get on a nice little rabbit hole about SEVAs, and we're now 25 minutes almost into the stream. So let's see if we can't shave that off, because like I said, we got a 55 minutes after this hour departure time. All right, so basically, folks, this looks more complicated than it really is. There are some great videos aside from what I would think are pretty comprehensive, but there are some that go even deeper to it. Q8 and a few others. So check them out if you're really wanting to do it. Now, if you're just wanting to put it in the air, just kind of haphazardly watch. Let the checklists guide you and you're good to go. So if it says test, you test it. A few things you got to set. I'll try to point those out as we go. Pretty much like I did yesterday. Squib test. APU fire. Galleys. And by the way, I could be backwards on that. Trim air, humidifier, and your recirculating valves right here. Okay. And you're not going to see any action on the packs because the APU's not on. But I'm doing it just because I know the ACU is on and we're getting some cool air pumping in. All right, so moving along, squibs for the main engines. Now, what I do here for the engine fire check and stuff, I come back to the bulkhead and swing my eye look forward to the upper panel. I've kind of pointed this out. This is what you're going to be watching right up here. Your switches are these two right here. Again, fire, overheat, or it's the other way around. But either way, you're testing them. Here is your cargo. There's only one test, and then you have a couple of blower tests for your equipment cooling, aft cargo heat test. I just heard a beep I don't like hearing. Okay, I guess it wasn't what I thought. Hey, they're good. And then back here, this is your main door panel, right? And this is a test. And all we're testing is that each of the main gears brakes show hot if hot. It's a test of them, folks. And then reset. Okay, lamp test right here. Coming down, we got a couple tests here, here, and then we can check our potable water, and then our gear doors. Okay, moving on to the hydraulics, just doing a quantity check. And we'll go ahead and put on the electric pump for now, get things pressurized. All right, again, we don't need our packs on, but we're going to keep them now just so that if Felis in the future has that air cycling in through the packs, well, they get into the cabin. And I may be totally wrong. And real quick, altimeter setting in Greensboro is 2994. If you don't mind, I'm going to here real quick, put that up here. Should have set over here, and it did. Backup set. Now it is. Okay. All right, so we've done a lot of checks already. Now, there are going to be some, regrettably, I will not do. One is mainly, it's boils down to I don't fully understand how I'm to test it. And that's your pressurization here. Basically, to do it properly, you're going to go through each of these, checking how your outflow valves are working, making sure everything's correct there. I've seen a couple videos. It makes sense, but then it doesn't make sense. So setting the pressurization to 1,000 feet above our cruise of initial cruise of 32,000. When we climb up, we'll set our pressurization to 35,000. And that step will be to 34,000. Okay, and one last one there. Okay, fuel gauges. First, do your fuel used reset. That resets your counters here, which were already done because we restarted the plane. Now, let's say you're up for a flight. I'm trying to think of how to do this without being too, I don't even want to come up with a word for it. Anyway, you're going to do a multi-stop. Let's just say we're going to fly from here to LA, and then from here, from LA, up to San Francisco or Seattle, or Hawaii, even Vegas, okay? So, theoretically, you should be able to do 2 flights, 3 flights, 4 flights, 10 flights, 100 flights, back to back to back to back to back. Can't guarantee you get any sleep, but nonetheless, you theoretically could. Okay. When you get in between flights, you got to be able to reset your fuel use so you have an idea of what you used. Make sense? So that's what that's for. All right, now let's do a test of the emergency broadcast system. Now this is the fuel system. Good. And we're out of test. Okay, we'll check our cross-feed valves. And just make sure the light goes bright, then out, bright, then out. And I'm just resetting it back to where it is. In some flights, folks, you'll find you'll be running these as well. So again, the whole fuel system is one of those animals on this plane that can get complicated. But the big thing here to realize with it, okay, it's telling you what you're doing, if that makes sense. The piping is denoted by the lines. So if this is closed, well, there's no fuel getting to engine number 4 off. If it's open and say have pumps on, it'll get there. Now, not necessarily right now. From it, you see how I'm saying you're connecting. Right now, it's closed to the pipe from pump 3 or tank 3 and 2. But if I open these, then the pipe is full. So that's how you're going to be working this. And then when the center tank's on, obviously, as long as you're here, it's flowing it into the engines. So again, it looks complicated, but if you just follow the lines on here and make sure you don't run across these, if you're wanting, you know what I'm saying, then you're good. So, all right, and I did this one. I know I did not do this one because it actually drains fuel. All right, so, and then we do a pump check. Fuel in the tanks will turn the pump pressure valve pressure lights off. That's why these are still on, and then shut them off. Okay, fuel's good. And finally, the engines, you've got the N2 is here, folks, not on your front panel. Your oil quantities look good. They're at 6. Temperature, pressure, and breathers for the engines. What's up? And background. Then we're going to do an actual light bulb check, making sure all the bulbs are working. See, quite a few. Now you see why GE makes so much money. These little bulbs. Okay. There's another one on the front. Okay, so now the flight engineer has gone through his checks. Going to come up here, start through the others, even though technically those pretty boys in the front 2 seats, you all get to see the parade wave as they taxi by, and you all go, oh, such a great job, Captain. Ah, flight engineer kept you pretty happy. But he gets all the credit because he's the captain. All right, so coming down, we just do it like Boeing down. Actually, I think Boeing is up, but still. The big thing here, anti-skids are on with the door closed. And the body gear steering. We'll try to show this again. Mainly, what that is, let me get outside the plane here. The plane. All right. To help this behemoth taxi around airports built for DC-8 707 727s and do it without tearing up the aircraft itself when you think about it, they came up with a way that these wheels caster right and left as they turn to help save the rubber on these very expensive tires. You thought your tires were expensive? Just buy one and quit complaining about how expensive yours are. Because that's going to be the price of your car, probably. These are, yeah. So anything they can do to save rubber. Plus, they got to take the beating of 600,000 pounds hitting a runway. And if you are accustomed to the landings you make, amazingly, imagine what those wheels are taking. Um, so, so yeah, that's all part of this, hitting at 150 knots, 600,000 pounds. So you try to gently bring it down, all of that good stuff. Is it for passenger comfort? Yes. Is it for aircraft company? Yeah, or comfort? Yes, because anything you can save money on and extend life on, folks, is good. Like those engines, if you can extend the life on them, one, they're going to run for you in cruise when you really need them. Really, so I hate to break this to you. You lose the engines, that law of gravity does work on these planes. It does pull them back to the earth. Even though the law of aerodynamics comes in and helps ease it a little, they're going to start free falling pretty quick. So, or they're going to come down pretty quick. So, but anyway, that's what that body gear steering is all about. Trying to just help make the turns on some of these taxiways towards runways and to the parking areas, as well as to save the wear and tear on the equipment. You never want to you don't want to have a grumpy mechanic taking care of your plane. All right, let's go ahead, start moving these into nav. Okay, coming down. Now I've already preset, and folks, these don't work, so it doesn't matter. I just happened to notice on a video they set them, so I did. Low, and then high frequency 1, high frequency 2. This is what's called selective call, meaning if the ATC folks want you, they can hit your code and alert you through your ears. Many of them don't use that, and I don't know why. When they have people not responding. But anyway, and I'm talking VATSIM, not talking real world. Real world, someone's going to try, but the problem is if you're on high frequency, you ever get a chance to listen to a video or anything where a crew is on high freak? Oh, I feel sorry for the guy they put on the earphones to listen for anything. It's not a pretty sight, folks. I don't know if sights or it's not a pretty sound to listen. Imagine, I know many of you now have white noise and stuff like that to help you sleep or your children. Imagine that for 18 hours. But moving on. That probably guys go, oh God, that would suck. Well, that's how you communicated. You had to listen in that static for our FedEx 811. It is not easy to hear sometimes. But that's the best they had. All right, so basically what we just tested, folks, was the stall warning, the Mach overspeed warning, and the over rotate warning. Then your wing ice and probe heat test, along with the windshield window heaters, tested the overheats. And there's our next light bulb check. Okay, and down here, left, look right. Yes, there's bulbs everywhere. Bulbs, bulbs, and more bulbs. Okay, back up to top. And then make sure you have at least your nav light set just as a courtesy so people know that the aircraft's energized. And your logo. Again, Flight Sim World, you do as you please. I still, to some extent, try. Now, this bar, which used to be right here, is what moves your yolks in and out. All right, now we're to the fun panel. All right, first thing I do, come in here, find a ILS frequency at the airport. Just so happens right behind the airplane is runway 23 left with an ILS, and it's 1093. You're probably going, why? Well, first off, make sure your panel lights are up, a radio nav and INS on. Now we're going to actually test our HSI and horizontal indicator. Now you see the glide slope in an up position, and the localizer probably maybe didn't move. But if we do a down and right, it will move. And that's what we're looking for, and we have a down indication. And then I just kind of slide it off so it's no longer. Okay, flight director, bars came in, auto throttles off, autopilot's off. You could set, and we are setting up, it looks like, for a runway 5 departure. Real World says they are using 5 right, 5 left. So will we. And 5's heading is 5-4. And what I'm doing is I'm just putting courses in real quick, getting us close so we can then set them for what we need on the departures. It's nothing inherent as to the why. 2600 is just what was left over from yesterday. I like to go to 5000. You'd be shocked. Many of your clearances for departure are 5,000 at your initial climbs. Okay, so 054. All right. Now, moving over, and I do it from top, and then I work my way down. So let's slide on over. Okay, so the altitude I've got set, we want to make sure alt, select, and hold are not on. It's in the off position. Your pitch climb indication is off. We'll explain this as we do it. And your flight director worked. Again, was the same frequency, folks. Also, make sure your radio and INS switch is on radio first. Then check it. Up left will not move the localizer, but you'll get an up indication glide slope. And they moved back. Now the localizer swung hard to the left and down. And that's a good indication. And then we wrap it up. All right, so Coming back over here. Now, you can set your gauge lighting and all with this one. This sets pretty much your gauge lighting here. The center is handled, actually, if we'll be able to show them. But there's two knobs right back here that control pedestal and your center. You're probably going, why are you not just going to that? Well, very simple, folks. We've got gauges to check. And I am going to move over a little because one of them we're going to hit triggers this pad right here. And it's the test of the artificial horizon. It bent, the other one didn't, and that's because it's only testing this, but we got reset. And push to test 1, push to test 2. Good. Altimeter set, test. This is the only one that will audible. That's your radar altimeter. Radar altimeter will not audible on the first officer. Okay, now again, we're going to hit our instrument warnings, and a lot of them will come off right here. Okay, and they all look good. Reset and reset. Okay, coming across the top. Actually, I'm going to come down so you can see them. Okay, any max indication warnings down here, we're resetting them right here. Now this one, you've all heard. Your altitude alert. Okay, got it both ways.
Pull up.
Never hear
Glide
this.
slope.
Never.
Glide slope. Pull up. Glide slope. Glide slope. Pull up.
Okay, and we all know what that is. The GPWS, ground warning proximity. Yeah, never hear that on Flying with My. No, we never set that off. Let me push my nose in, Pinocchio. And then if you look on the warnings here above the FMC, you see the rudder ratio. Okay, gears down. Folks, you do not get 5 indications here. It's 1 green light. Good, bad, indifferent. You know, the MD-11 does get 4. So why not 5? I don't know, other than the fact another bulb. Maybe it was just at that point they said, gosh, these 99-cent bulbs are killing us. I don't know. So, oh, we got to do that again. So hang on. Keep it so we can see that. Just do a cursory check here. Push to test 1, push to test 2. All right, we got to do another test. This is the flight engineer's horizontal indication. It's good, and we got good indications for reset, reset. Now we can push all the way, the rest of the way. There's our glides, outer, middle, inner marker indications. Altimeter set good, and the test of the radar altimeter sound. Again, if we test over here, we get 1. Clocks are reset, and we are good to go. All right, and those of you born before the turn of the century will know these devices well. They're called CRTs. And the bad thing about CRTs back in the day, folks, they ray tubes, cathode ray tubes, had to warm up. You have no idea, folks, because you all are on these lovely monitors of the day, the plasma, the whatever else they stick in there, hazardous material for you. Oh, wait, did I say that out loud? Shh, don't say that. Anyway, yeah, you guys have no idea, but that's what the radars of the day, and those we had to wait on the tubes to warm up. Even TV didn't just go bloop. Had to wait on the tubes warming up before the screen fully played. Guys really don't know how good you have it. All right. And then pushing across, we're just making sure all our switches are covered and they're great in good shape. Brake pressure looks good now because we got the system on. And look at that, at least warming up. Come back to the uh, FMCs in a minute. Okay, speed brakes down, flaps up. Parking brake set, fuel levers are in the idle cutoff. Higher altitudes, you may have to go rich, move them to rich to allow them to start up, and then to idle once they're going. We're going to head to Bogota here soon, folks, and we're going to test it out. And if it doesn't work again in Bogota, we'll go even higher to El Alto, the highest international airport in the world. But that's the best way to try to test this system out. We actually had a hard time starting at one engine at a time, let alone two. So, yeah, you heard it right. You can start two at once. Takeoff configuration. Obviously, we're not configured. Radios are currently set. COM over here is set for Unicom. This is our common traffic frequency. Over here, I'm set for guard, emergency channels for some, call it that, and another Unicom. Radars in standby, transponders expounding, and we're done with our checks. Now, this is what an INS looks like. And you would have two more up here with I think a radar in between. Folks, you'd have to go back and look at videos. I want to say that's what was in between. Could be way off. But anyway, that's what they look like, these little squares. Boy, do they pack a lot of punch. They can tell you down to not as good as GPS down to about 100-foot area, but they had you down lat lawn, and that's pretty cool, folks, what they had for this. So, but the bad thing was 30 minutes to align. 9 fixes is all they could take. Now, there were systems that came along later that could take in 9 in one, 9 in another, 9 in another. So you could totally cover your route. But most systems for the flight simming world, 9. So after you get into a few, you're starting to fill in the ones that have already been used with new ones so you can keep the plane going forward. Like I said, there's a lot to it, folks, but it's not superly complicated, but it does make you think. Okay, and that's mostly what this plane did. It makes you think. You had to work. This plane wasn't just sit back, all right, auto's got it. No, you physically had to be in this plane, making sure things were going right. The flight engineer, as much as, his job eases in cruise, he still has to monitor. So this plane is a working plane. It's not like today's, you only need one man. You don't even need someone up there. It's just, in some aircraft, it could literally almost be, I got to see someone in the cockpit kind of deal. So they are really getting close to just turning them loose autonomous. And there has been talk of one-man flight crews. Kind of a scary one, but I can see both sides of the coin. So, all right, we're getting close to our takeoff time, folks. So we actually got all our checks done except for one. That is this one. Let's go in, get our company route. We're going GSO. There it is, GSO to LAX. I think, oh, that was outside. Did a truck just drive through my plane? All right, let me bring in Sim Toolkit, or not Sim Toolkit, correction charts. We'll double check our routing here, and folks, I highly recommend doing this. If you don't, you end up one of those airplanes. I don't know what my FMC is doing. Had you done this, you might have caught it, and it happened to me 2 or 3 times. To know, no, I do it every time. Okay, we're taking off runway 5. Okay, so I'm going to start there. Yes, it's pre-programmed, but I'm going to start there. Trish 1 to BAWDS. So Trisha 1, BAWDS. Execute. Legs. She's got legs. Oh, sorry, folks. We're going to be taking off, so our instructions basically read runway heading to 1,400 feet, then 050. And then we fly that till they go direct Wayne or whatever, or to our next turn to this, turn to that, stand up, sit down, fight, fight, fight. Oh, sorry, folks. If you're not into sports and hear the cheerleaders saying that all the time, I'm sorry. It made no sense. But anyway, so you can see 050, then we're going direct to 1, Trisha, Ruffin, odds. And that's what we're looking for. We're not able to step through and look at it on pretty displays. We're just making sure it reads right. HMV, and that we don't have miles saying 14,800 miles or even 1,480 miles. So, or God forbid, 11,000. So we're kind of just generally looking it through. So we got the BAWDS. And I think we're split mostly. So from BAWDS to HMV to SWAPP to HILTY. Okay, and then the back half, K39, KA36, INW, and dark. GABBL, and that's the start of the Hollywood. We're in Hollywood. All right, so again, departure arrival, Los Angeles. Now, we are going to do a runway change here, folks. We will switch over to the 25 left. We were on the 24s because we park on the north side with Pan Am back in the day. So we try to hit the north end as much as possible. Worst case scenario, folks, we're going to do that long taxi. Try to minimize, but you know, sometimes you can't. Especially at a busy airport like LAX. It's just a little bit. Couple of flights a minute, every minute. All right, so we are coming in 25 left on the ILS. Bear with me a second here, folks. Oh, look, the tornado. Sorry, couldn't resist. What do we got here? Gonna look at the chart. We coming in via Circus or Seaview? I got Seaview. Okay. Seaview, execute. All right. So that takes care of here, and we're coming in on the Hollywood GABBL transition. So, no, we're not. We're going off. What are you doing here? Seaview. Thank you. There we go. All right, so Hollywood GABBL to Seaview to 25 left. It better be right. GABBL, hang on. Joplin, Newman, Milder, Monroe, Hollywood, Brune, Avatar, Day, Wadrup, Neal, and Seaview. Okay, now from Cebu, all right, Seaview, we're going to head up to Rain, which is 30 miles, 37 miles out. And then Tarek Daimo, Bueller Gate Honda, Gigi, and then the runway. And this time, okay, if you remember right, the 2.4s went up here, folks, to hold. And I made the comment, I said, I really hope the 2.5s don't come up there too. Because if they have a missed approach and they've got a plane rolling, that's not a good sign. They hold at Catley. Hey, VNAV. Now, we won't need to use the performance information that SimBrief provides. We have that built in. Oh, we're getting a little air show outside again. And our initial 30, 32. There we go. Execute. All right, so that's all planned in, and then I'll set this one to progress for actually, yeah, progress. And folks, we're ready to get to work. All we're going to do is quickly load the plane with 109,980. So I'm going to put 50% under the plane. And 50% in the bays. Wow. Okay. Yep, we're going to have to lower. Close enough. Okay, so we're close enough now on our payload, which is right here. Okay, today's trip, folks, is 1,908 miles. We're going to end up at 34,000. We're looking at a wind into the wind. So, and today's alternate is an odd one, Riverside. Distance 100. Okay, going to 10% plus 20. All right, let's see how we look. Those are numbers I like, folks. 10% on my continue or Reserve plus my taxi. All right, so that's going to leave us at 148, which is just a little over what they're giving us. Headwind, just to make sure. Okay, it's putting fuel on because we're pushing the plane into that wind. Okay, perfect. All right, we haven't loaded the plane yet, folks. Here's the actual load sheet. Back, we have to go 2 screens. First, use load data, instant refuel. I have plans to show you this plane refueling, just not yet with this. So we're going to just instant here, go to payload, load sheet. There's our people to board. Today, we're going to instant load and board. Reason being, I'm ready to go. We're about 10 minutes late, and we're ready to go, though. Right, like that. All right. Now, while we're here, why don't we set this load sheet again, puts our numbers in. Runway for 5 right. 10,000 feet long. Airfield is 900 feet. Let's call it 1,000. And we're going 050 dry temperature 25. Barometric pressure here 299. Wind variable 5 knots. All right, folks. So with the current load we have, we're going to need at least 6,600 feet of runway. Got a 138, 147, 152, and by setting the speed bugs, our flap speeds are these, and will be up by 232 knots. One big misnomer a lot of people get wrong. Yes, we're a heavy aircraft. Yes. Are we allowed to fly faster than 250 below 10,000? Question to you all. Are you allowed? No. Without permission. So, say you have a 747. Just because you're in a 747 doesn't mean you get to do 312 knots below 10,000. One, you got to get permission. Two, you can always leave flaps out to keep your speed down. Don't like hearing that, folks, but yes, are not automatically allowed to bust the 250. Per country rules, they may be different. You can request, and they can say, oh, okay. And if they do, great, up you go. Otherwise, you keep flaps out until you're able to retract them. Just wanted to throw that. I hear that a lot, and I'm just like, and controllers just, okay, yeah, okay. No, you're wrong. But, you know, there's a whole lot of reasons for that 250 below 10,000. So, all right, so we got the plane loaded. Verify it over here. Fuel. All right, so let's get ready to start this up. I want to first show you something. Remember yesterday we loaded it by letting the loader, real-time load and then the doors were already closed. This is what happens when you don't. The doors stay open, it instantly loaded, so we'll go in and close them. And we're going to kick the AP. Okay, lights out. GT's rising. It'll start to fall off as our RPMs come up. Once we're at 100%, we're good to go to the APU power. All right, we're at 100%. We're good. Turn your top half closed if you're wanting to do this check. And it's basically just a quick check. Do I have enough hertz and voltage coming out of the APU? 115, 400's good. PU2. Oh, wait, generator 2. There's 2 on there? Yeah, how do you think it can start 2 engines at once? A good size engine in there. I've been told potentially the size of an old DC-9 engine. That's a, you know, when I looked at and heard that, I went, dang, that's a big engine. But then I looked at the spot it goes in. I'm like, it's possible. Still not sure if I want to believe it, but it's possible. Be there on. And folks, we can now kill.
Cockpit to ground. Disconnect ground power.
Okay.
Ground power disconnected.
And we are ready to go, folks. Let's get, I recommend doing this. You don't have, got the flight engineer first. I recommend it even though it's slow.
Before start checklist,
Make
please.
sure you don't miss anything.
Gear lever and lights. Down and check. Brakes. Parked. Start levers. Off. Radios. On and check. Flight control hydraulic power. On. INS. Check and nav. Compasses. Slaved. Window heat. On. Seatbelts and no smoking. On. Emergency lights. Armed. Exterior lights. Check. Flight instruments. Check. Altimeters and clocks. 1014. Set and cross check. Radio INS switches. Radio. Radar and transponder. Standby. Indicator lights. Check. Engine and wing anti-ice. Off. Stall warning. Check. Mach airspeed warning. Check. Auto brakes. Check and off. Body gear steering. Arm. Anti-skid. On. Autopilot and flight director. Check and off. Takeoff warning. Check. Auto flight enunciators. Check. GPWS. Check. Instrument warning. Check. Flight director computer selectors. Check. Instrument source selectors. Normal. Reserve brake valve. Closed. Spoilers. Down. Static selectors. Normal. Oxygen mask and regulator. Check and emergency off. Brake pressure. Check. Stabilizer trim. Check and on. Rudder and aileron trim. Check. Check was completed.
Alright, folks, and as you can tell, I've been doing some things while the checks were going on. Big thing I listen for is when it says, then I go up and go, what did I forget? Alright, so no VATSIM controllers on, so we're setting our transponder. All right, now let's do the flight engineer. There will be a
Battery
couple.
On. APU panel. Check. Auxiliary power. Check. Engine oil quantity. Check. Fuel quantity. 148,209 pounds. Fuel panel. Check and set. Pressurization controls. Check and set. Bleed controls. Wait. Check and set. Hydraulic quantity. Check. EPR computer. Wait.
All right. Talked about it a little bit. We're going to keep it takeoff dry. They want it in go around. So what we do is just hit check.
Circuit breakers. Check. Indicator lights. Check. Electrical panel. Check and set. Air conditioning controls. Check and set. Fire control and wing overheat panels. Check and set. Equipment cooling. Check. Passenger oxygen. Check. Hydraulic panel. Check and set. Fuel jettison panel. Check. Crew oxygen. On. Oxygen mask and regulator. Check and emergency off. ADPs off. Checklist completed.
Okay, after start means just that. Better pushback. Where are you?
Ground to cockpit. Please show me where you want to go. Ground to cockpit. Tow is driving up.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is your captain speaking. On behalf of the entire crew, welcome aboard the Boeing 747 Classic. We will depart shortly after we have our clearance and the cabin crew is finished with their preparations. For now, I wish you a pleasant flight, and I will be back during the flight with further flight information.
Okay, our common traffic frequency is 119,100. We do not have ATC, so we have to go with no longer. VAT USA has been testing. They want us on this common traffic frequency.
Okay, all doors
It's
and
actually
hatches
a
are closed.
real-world
Ready
thing,
to
folks.
connect.
When the tower is closed, around all of it, switch to what's called a common traffic advisory frequency. And all traffic announces its intentions, just like they would Unicom that you're used to on VATSIM, just on that frequency in the real world. To include airliners. Many people think the airliners aren't allowed to do that. Oh yeah, they can. Is it normal operating procedure? No. But it does happen. All you got to do, head down, as my dad will tell you, head down to Punta Gorda. Ask them how long Allegiant flew there on common traffic. Or come to the airport I was at a few months ago. How did they operate over Christmas? So, I think she said she's ready. First thing, come over here.
Cockpit hit to ground, remove the chocks.
So in real world operations,
Parking
folks,
brake released.
Shocks
Starting
removed.
pushback, and you may start engines.
they would be able to do this. $16.2. All right, let's start them up one at a time, 3 and 4,
Ready to start the engines.
Ready for engine start.
and then we'll do both engines for on 1 and 2.
Starting engine 3. Starting engine 3.
Starter valve open.
Hold it long enough to get the announcements. Again, I told you pre-flight. N2 is back here on the flight engineer, or just wait for him to tell you.
20% and 2.
Fuel on, lights up.
Now you can watch the rest here.
Starter off. Engine stabilized.
Okay, let's start up number 4.
Starting engine 4.
Starter valve open.
Operation complete. Go ahead and set the parking brake.
Parking brake set.
Disconnecting tow. Stand by.
20% and 2.
Fuel on, lights up. Cabin crew, arm slides.
All doors are closed and armed. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your chief flight attendant, and on behalf of our captain and the entire
Starter off.
wish you welcome aboard. Please take your seat and fasten your seatbelt, and also make sure your seat back and folding trays are in their full operating position. We request
Engine stabilized.
as our
All right,
crew will demonstrate
as
safety
promised.
throughout this aircraft. When the seatbelt sign illuminates,
Starting engine 1.
your seatbelt.
Starter valve open.
Metal fittings one into the other and tighten.
Starting engine 2.
Starter valve open.
Tow is disconnected and bypass pin has been removed. Hand signal on the right. We'll see you next time and have a safe flight.
20% and 2.
Engine 1.
Fuel on, lights up.
20% and 2.
Fuel on, lights up.
Please ask a flight attendant to reseat you. There are several emergency exits on this aircraft. Please take a few moments now to locate your nearest exit. In some cases, your nearest exit might be behind you. If we need to evacuate the
Okay,
aircraft, floor level
Starter
will
off.
guide you towards
one
the
more.
exit.
We're going to need
Doors can
2
open.
engines
Starter off.
stabilized.
Of the arrow. Each door is equipped with an inflatable slide, which may also be detached.
Engine stabilized.
That's for engine 1.
Pressure are always being
Engine stabilized.
There we go. Now we're good, folks. All right. So continuing on now. Let's get the generators on the bus, close the ties, and then we can kill the bleed air because now we're on the engines.
Keep your mask on until a crew member advises you to remove it. In the event of an emergency, please assume the bracing position. Lean forward with your hands on top of your head and your elbows against your thighs. Ensure
All
your
right,
seatbelt is
and
fastened. For life
ADPs.
jackets, located in the pouch under your seat or between the armrests. When instructed to do so, open the plastic pouch and remove the vest. Flip it over your head, fasten the straps around your waist, and adjust at the front. To inflate the vest, pull firmly on the red cord, only when leaving the aircraft. If you need to
After
retrieve
start
the vest,
checklist.
go into the mouthpieces.
Flight recorder.
On.
Start switches.
Off.
Beacon lights.
On.
Brake pressure.
Check.
Start levers.
Idle detent.
Engine and the ice.
Off.
Electrical panel. Check. Pack valves. Open. Dual warning lights. Out. Hydraulic panel. Check. Flight recorder. On. After start checklist completed.
Flaps 10.
Okay, trim needs to be 3.6. Not the easiest to set, folks.
Taxi checklist, please.
Flaps. Flaps 10.
Flaps 10.
Takeoff data. EPR and airspeed bugs.
Set and cross-check.
Stabilizer trim.
Set in green band.
Probe heat.
On.
Flight controls.
Damn.
Okay, we're going to kind of pay attention here. I did not do this.
Check.
Yaw dampers.
Check.
Seatbelt and shoulder harness.
Check.
APU. Off. Fuel heat. Off. Totalizer and gross weight. Set. Flight engineer and pilot panels. Check. Aft cargo heat. Normal. Seatbelt and shoulder harness. Check. Taxi checklist completed.
Parking brake released.
At Triad Airport, FedEx 811 Heavy, taxi from FedEx to 5 right for takeoff.
Cabin ready.
All right, we got one more check, folks, while we taxi. Icing, cabin alert, transponder set, ignitions. Now, there is a click spot here. Otherwise, you go through and all 8 switches have to be up. Or click it there and be done. Okay, body gear. Oh, this will work nicely. Okay, when we make that left-hand turn, watch the main gear down. See how they turn caster with the plane to try to help keep a tighter turn, as well as, like I said, in the ultimate, it saves money. Saves rubber on those tires, which they need when they land. Unless you like being the Flintstones and running on rock wheels. And again, that was all set up to help them navigate taxiway intersections made for 707 and DC, or not a DC-8 type aircraft. DC-10s were around, but they could navigate pretty much like that. But the 7.4, with that full set of wheels and the length and all, that just helped it kick the rear around for the taxiways. Now, when they get on the runway, they don't really want that, so they turn that system off with them locked full forward. Now, that's not to get confused with systems on some military aircraft, namely the B-52 and the C-5, where the C-5 and the B-52 could literally turn the aircraft in a direction where it would be pointing like this. You're looking like this, but moving straight down. It's for crosswind conditions for takeoffs and all. The C-5 had it, the B-52, not gonna swear, but possibly the C-17 as well. But don't swear me to that one, folks. But they had the ability to move about their landing gear, the fuselage, so that now you would be looking basically where this bulkhead is while the airplane taxied down. But that was more for takeoff landing. The aircraft would shift into it on the runway. I think they could go as much as 30 degrees, but again, helping them get more into the wind either way. Now, it seems cool. Now think about trying to fly an airplane when you're looking literally either out that or out that for landing or takeoff. Yeah, it turns into some fun, doesn't it, folks? The 740, do not mistake that to be on this aircraft. Now, there are times you'll see them land crabbed. It's not a good thing. MD-11s, a couple of them for FedEx landed that way. Did not end up very well for them. They actually took the landing gear off. Yeah, like I said, it didn't turn out well. So it's still good to, crab that last few bit in there to get it straight down the runway in a crosswind. Now they can take some. There's some, give and take there. I wouldn't want to, bet my life on it. Especially one of them. They're lucky the crew got out on that one. There's a whole lot of other F-ups that happened. That's why I wouldn't want to bank it outside of the control of the, and I'm not talking because they were, no, response. All right, we're getting down to the end of the runway, and I am going to begin this. We're going to hold to body gear steering.
Before takeoff checklist.
Icing considerations.
Check.
Cabin alert.
Check.
Transponder.
Check.
Ignition.
Flight start.
Body gear steering.
Damn.
That's where we're gonna hold. We're gonna cross runway 14 left, 32 or 1432. Okay, clear. And clear. Greensboro traffic, FedEx 811 Heavy departing runway 5 right. Here's why we've got a couple tight turns still to make, and why not have our body gear steering on to help us? Okay, clear for takeoff, 5 right, FedEx 811. Now, common traffic advisory frequency, folks, you would never receive a clearance for takeoff or landing on. It is just as the words all say, common traffic advisory. So, now, how do I in the cockpit know what my landing gear is? Your body gear steering. Oh, wrong one. I gotta find it. Hang on. Right here. I was right, just a little high. These lights would be on if you're not, if your wheels are still half cocked. Okay. Nobody's said anything. Lights on. Timer on. Now, sometimes you're given a clearance. Climb to 5,000 initially, 10 minutes after departure, climb flight level 350. Oh, we're going to get airborne and then I'm going to take a break. Our air conditioning just kicked on, which means I got to close up the house. All right, let's get after it. Okay, finish up the checks.
Disarm.
Back valves. Let's see.
Yep, got to close those.
Closed. This. Pressurization mode selector. Auto. Fuel boost pumps. On. Cross feed valves. Check. Before takeoff checklist completed.
Here we go.
Stabilized. Thrust set.
Much better, I feel, with the thrust settings on here. Or at least what I've observed.
V1. Rotate. Positive rate. Gear up. Nose up. Flaps 5.
Okay,
Flaps
folks,
1.
this one's the most of the tricky ones. I'll give it a second and I'll show you what I mean. All right, if you do a quick glance right now at the flaps, look away. See how close they look to being up?
Flaps up.
Yeah, I did that once, folks. Okay, and now we're allowing the speed to control the climb as we're clearing the outer marker. All right, so let's see where we are. Let's turn 270. Okay, did it again. Anytime set an altitude, folks, always make sure altitude select is showing. 727, 747s, make sure it is orange in this aircraft, showing in the 727. All right. Reason being, when you don't, it won't stop at the altitude. All right, we are in climb. Now, you're probably going, why haven't you run the after takeoff? Look at these real carefully and you'll see why.
After takeoff
Or
checklist.
listen.
Gear lever.
Off.
Landing and logo lights.
Off.
Ignition.
Check.
Seatbelts and no smoking sign.
Check.
Back valves. Open. Fuel heat. Let's see. Auto. After takeoff checklist completed.
Okay, and the next one is descent. We'll talk about that one in about 2 to 3 or 4 hours ish. Hang on a second. What are we showing right now? About 5 hours there. Let's see what happens as we get higher. All right, folks, we're en route climb. Well, let me get past transition and then I will be right back. We're going to curtail a lot of music today. We're running into the approaching Nirvana controversy again with the YouTube, and we're just not going to be running a lot of music. We're just going to find a whole different genre to get on that's completely Twitch, YouTube, non-bias, and run with it. I'm just tired of seeing copyright violations, even though they're not causing strikes. I strive very hard to keep my streams from violating anyone, and that just irritates me to no end. So some of that is some of my favorite music, and guess we'll find something else. Okay, we're turning on course, it looks like, at Wayland Trish, and headed out to Los Angeles. Folks, we'll be right back. Gotta close up my house. Be right back. Oh, it's so weird to come on not hearing any music. Oh, well, we're gonna work to find another, prefer not another artist, because that's where I seem to run into trouble, but I'm gonna be right back. You know what? I just emptied my coffee, and I need to get it to the sink. Stand by.
Thousand level off.
All right, folks. That was, I'm just kind of looking through here. You know what? We can run a little music. I just have to be very mindful of just staying away from the approaching nirvana stuff. All right, I can do that. But anyway, folks, we'll probably bring Pretzel Rocks back in here and run some music in the background. Just aggravating. It's things I have to deal with on my end that you all only get to hear about, but don't have to do anything about. So, all right. I'm not sure how well the music's coming through. Helps that I turn down the aircraft volume. I'll let you all see her. Speaking of which, we got to get her into mock. Oh, almost. Okay, now one thing about this plane, um, and I'm going to tell you right now, I can't do it justice. This gauge right here, I do not know how to use the EPR decelerator, DECR. I wish I did, because I think my feeble mind, looking at an old aircraft versus the newer ones, was the way in which you could derate the power in takeoff climb by pulling your EPR numbers back like you do with an assumed or flex takeoff, folks. What you're doing is telling the engine, the temperature that it really is outside, well, that's really not true. And the engine is putting the power out to whatever you're setting it to. So if you set it to say it's 60 degrees outside. I'm trying to think how that works with the assumed Boeing. Oh, it's Celsius, right? Yeah, Celsius. So if you tell it it's 40 degrees outside, that's what the engine brings the power up, even though it's 10 degrees, actual air temperature. So it's going to operate it at that, giving you the thrust you would expect on a 40-degree day, but it's 10 degrees out, giving it really an out, looks like it's less. I can visualize it in my mind. I'm just not well at orating it out to you. I think that's how this works, sort of, kind of, maybe. And I just don't touch it. That's why. So, but anyway, we're in cruise, folks. We've made it to the first level, 32,000. And let's see how our winds are going. Hang on. Okay, just checking out some streamers, what they've got going on today. Okay, I just had to go through my Discord here a little bit. All right, folks, we're up and running. I'm going to have to add some things to my Discord, I think, to help out some friends out there, get some, run up some business for them. But I want to first take this opportunity, folks, to say thank you to all of my followers, to those who have taken the next step into the world of subscribing to Flying with Mike. Thank you so much. It has been, and I know you all are tired of me saying, so I'm not harping on it, nor am I hands and knees, cup out begging. It's been a hard month. Hard to believe it's almost been a full month. Some of the hardest days are yet to come. I know that. For those new to the channel, new in the Flying with Mike world, I was let go from my job a month ago. Out at the airport I worked at, worked there off and on through many trials and tribulations at that airport for almost 20 years. Now, granted, like I said, off and on. Please keep that. Don't think they just kick someone with 20 years experience to the side of the road. No. We were off and on out there, variety of reasons, but this one they said for me to go. And it's been a rough month. I will say that now. And I've done with all my power to just not try to talk too much about it. So the fact that I'm streaming, the fact that you all are there, and I appreciate all the comments I've been getting. I really do appreciate it. However, I want to put this out there. There are some still working out there having troubles at the airport that I worked at, and they could use your prayers. They could use a lot. And I hope by coming on and streaming, and I know this is going to sound maybe self-serving, centering a little, and I'm trying to keep it all focused away from me. I hope in some little way I can try to make their days out there, if they're able to listen, or even their days off when they're recuperating, a little better. Put a smile back on their face. It's rough days out there, and with me, with them, rougher days to come yet. And I hope all goes well for them who are still working out there. And maybe not necessarily in the job I had. So, and I was in the public safety office, folks, both fire, security, and medical. And this is why, folks, we may not be staying on VATSIM. Let's see how we're doing. Okay, looks like we're doing fine now, but yeah, we're running kind of frame rate issues. But anyway, just wanted to thank all of you for your support, your help. Even if it's just words, folks, you don't know kind words, what that does to help me. It's been rough. And like I said, I expect rougher days ahead. And I will tell you the secret, whether you wish to believe or not, that's between you and God. And that is my faith in God, my faith in Jesus Christ. And love to tell you about him. My door is always open, folks, in Discord to either pick up a phone, pick up a private line in Discord, and talk with you. But that's what's getting me through, and trying to keep centered upward, not horizontally. So I just wanted to say thank you. Also, that also kind of leads into what next month is. July, what I call Viewer Appreciation Month. That's right, I appreciate you guys more than you can imagine. Not just those that, help out with subscribing with the money side, helping us to pay bills in the stream, not in the Flying with Mike household. But hopefully it won't come to that. But I am looking for ideas. And Hawker, if you're out there, no, we're not going to Singapore. Just kidding, folks. A little bit of an inside joke if you've been on the stream a lot. There's a little thing he's always coaxing. He offers to do the JFK to Singapore, but he's not going to fly it. Oh, not until this comes. Oh, not until this comes. Yet the aircraft actually are out there. But he cracks me up. He's been a good friend. Appreciate him. And he does moderate for us. So, but yeah, I would love, Hawker, fire it away. Let him see it. But we're looking for ideas for support, to say thank you to you all out there. And that's coming up starting July 1st. All right, we are definitely having troubles when we come out of the break, folks. More than likely, I'm going to first find out why we're getting hit with frame rates. But who knows? Maybe I haven't touched settings, so I don't know where that's coming in at. Maybe I'm flying over a heavy event. We're going to find out. Okay, it's definitely not a heavy event. Really not sure why we're getting hit with frame rates. All right, get some of my FedEx friends out there, let them know we're up and streaming if they are so inclined. And hopefully some are in here, and welcome in. Love flying with FedEx Express Virtual, folks. We actually, last week, did a flight Miami to Atlanta to, uh, what did I call this place? Greensboro, right? Anyway, into the airport we took off from. And we had a blast. Let's just put it that way with the Zebo. Today we're doing it with the Classic in the air. Let's, you know what, let's instead of that, let's just let her do the talking. Yes, there are mods out there before people tell me to modify the windows away and put the 3 up top. I just kind of like the way it looks. And as I've said on past streams, I'm not a big fan of fixing something that's not broke. I find it okay to me. But there she is, as I called her in the beginning, the Purple People Eater. Federal Express. Not many remember those words. And I'll be honest, I really don't know what the impetus was to take it to FedEx, unless it was just easier to come off the tongue than Federal Express. So, but anyway, that is what she looked like in the beginning. Purple planes, the Purple People Eaters. Literally a 747 could be considered. There was a funny video in the 80s when we had invaded Panama to oust Manuel Noriega that came out, and I would love to find it, folks. It was one of the few times I ever watched The Tonight Show with actually probably the best host ever, Johnny Carson. And they had a little clip of a C-5 pulling into spot in Panama. And as he opened the nose, the nose was like a mouth going, "We're here for your children." Just love that one all the time, seeing that nose going up and down like it's talking. So anyway, I'm probably the only one that remembers that video. But anyway, it was a great piece they had on there at a time. A lot of things the Ronald Reagan administration did to help bring the morale up in the U.S. forces. At a time they were not doing so well. And matter of fact, for the country, with the way the economy was that he inherited, and through his administration, how he righted it and actually turned it on. So anyway, we don't get into politics here, so that's as far as we go. But that sequence, that video, just, I wish I could find it, folks. It was classic. So, we press on for Los Angeles. Currently 3 hours, 30 minutes ahead of us. Amazing. Drop 5 hours, drop 2 hours in the span of 30 minutes. Just love climbing. It's a shame we can't get to 80,000 and be there in 1 hour. It'd take us 5 hours to get that high up, if ever. Oh, but anyway, folks, I'm just glad you're all here. Glad to be here, and hope you all have a great week. I know we're only into it at Tuesday, but hey, folks, the weekend's still not far away. So hope y'all have a great week, and thank you again for being with us. We're going to be here until we get to Los Angeles, and yeah, we're glutton for punishment 2 days in a row. Ooh, actually, even more than that coming. So, oh, hope you like Los Angeles. Oh, enjoy, folks. We'll be here. We're on the side. We're just going to sit back, let you relax, and enjoy the music. The little bits we can seem to get through without getting copyright written problems. Okay, I think I got that all figured out. Trying to get the sounds to be just about right. All right, well, welcome in, folks. Let me take a look into chat here. Gives me actually more time to see who's about. Ah, for FS Charter, bad attitudes after. Nice. We'll be kind of watching for him. I do have some questions for those that are Twitch savvy. Would love to get with you off screen and try to get a couple things I see other streamers doing, and it could be because they're partners, but there's a couple things I'd really like to add to at least my followers, although I get why I may not want to add it, because it does that allure of no commercials. Helps a lot of people to subscribe, so they don't have to endure the minute and a half, minute 20 seconds, whatever it is now for commercials. I'll have to go in and check here. But that is a perk, folks, that you don't have, that's commercial free. So, but anyway, we're rolling on here, folks. We got the music going. We just can't play Approaching Nirvana, because every time I do on YouTube, my replays are coming back with copy strikes. Not strikes, correction, copyright errors. And I just wanted, I don't want to go down that road, because if I start it, then it will turn to a strike. And I don't want strikes. So, that's, but the music so far that we're playing here seems to go through just fine. So, until then, but now we're just going to kind of enjoy. Maybe I'll be able to get the actual genre I want. We'll see. It's hard to get without maybe paying, not paying for it. I don't want it to sound wrong, but it's just not easy to find. Because I was on Pretzel Rocks, and then all of a sudden, the style of music I like, the epic styled music, all of a sudden disappeared. And you had to pay for Pretzel to get it back. And I went, huh? So I was kind of a little dismayed. But anyway, we'll just keep rolling on, folks. And again, thank you so much. And we will, all month of July will be Viewer Appreciation Month. And we're going to be trying to kick off some newer things. Something we really haven't done in the 3 years we've been broadcasting. So, but July of 2021, we became an affiliate. So, I kind of celebrate that day, along with October when we started, more so when we became an affiliate. That was all you. That's all you, folks, that made that happen, not me. I'm just the one that pushes, as one of another streamer, Duluth Fly, says, I was the one smart enough to find that start stream button and pushed it. And oh my goodness, look what's happened in 3.5 years. So, a lot. And all thank you all. From our latest subscriber, Kuladez, who happens to also be our latest follower, to our very first followers and subscribers. Thank you. All right, let me check in here. Got some. Hang on, folks. Speaking of jobs, just looking here. All right, and hang on a second. All right, a lot of neat stuff with my granddaughters and family going on. So anyway, folks, we're back into it. We're up in the air. 3 hours, 15 minutes to Los Angeles. And looking on the Sim Toolkit, their ATC in the US, as one would expect, kind of bare. Although we have a tower up in Los Angeles and San Diego. Oh, and looking here at Sim Toolkit, let me bring this up here real quick. Where are you? There we go. This blob coming over Florida is actually being watched by the National Hurricane Center. Could, very big word there, could, kind of like soon from Flight Factor on the 777. But anyway, wish they would worry about the A320 and other aircraft. But anyway, discussion for another time. This blob, while won't do anything over the land, could come out, and as it continues its northeast run, could become a depression or potential tropical storm. But right now, it's got to get through Florida. So just wanted to point that out. They are kind of keeping an eye on it, and those hunters are poised, ready to go zoom, zoom, and check it out. Don't know anything more than that on it, folks, but just wanted to point that out for those of you in Florida. Yeah, you're getting rain from what could turn into a tropical system. And by the way, that means, yes, the season of hurricane is upon us. See what if there's any new updates out there on it. Yeah, just 20% chance within the next 7 days, and basically it would be off the coast and looks like headed away, won't touch anyone other than what it's doing to Florida right now. Beyond that, let's just take a look. Not really seeing anything, folks. How about in the Pacific? Now there's some blobs but it looks like they're also shearing a little bit, so I don't, it's really too early in the season, but you never know. And out in Hawaii, not seeing anything either. So why the Western Pacific side of NOAA isn't working, I never know why. We try something. Nope, that didn't work either. I don't know why that never works. I can't go to the Western Pacific to see what's getting ready to hit Guam and Philippines and all. Maybe they told NOAA, we don't want to hear from you anymore. You bring us nothing but bad news. That's kind of the idea, isn't it? We don't really want to hear from them either, but we kind of like know what's coming. So, anyway, folks, that's our little look into the tropics. All right, yeah, it looks like frame rates right now holding about 2930, so we'll keep going on VATSIM as long as we can. And hope you all enjoy the music. We just can't play certain types right now. And I am going to work to get that back up and going. Like I said, just may have to be another genre. They just had some pretty good stuff for epic music. All right, folks, we're on our way. 3 hours to go. If you have any questions, folks, comments, questions about the airplane, about X-Plane 12, you know, hey, let us know in the chat, folks. Love to help out. Love to listen in and try to help you through so you can enjoy flight simming just a little bit more. It's a fun plane here, folks. Many stray away from the complexities, of all you got to do to get it going. But folks, that's part of the fun. And the other part is, let's just say we wanted to go, say, Greensboro to Hawaii. I think we'd get into the center tank. I'm not 100% sure. But, that's when it gets even more into the aircraft. Because then you start learning, how do I drain the center tank out once it's down to 2,000. And other intrinsities with the aircraft that come to be when you go longer haul, which is what the Queen was built for. It's not built for these shorter haul flights. Now, transcontinental, yes, but Greensboro to Memphis, no. Greensboro to Newark, no. Or down to Fort Lauderdale or Miami. It was built to fly. Chicago to Frankfurt to Berlin to, longer distances. So, and that's when a little bit of challenge comes in. You're still kind of not to the point when you need the center tank, but you're getting there. And that's, when that center tank starts getting full, folks, that's when you're flying. So, sorry, folks, that is one of my favorite songs. We can't get into it because it's that group. So hang on a second here. Aggravating. Copyright free music from that group. Oh well, aggravating, but we'll continue on if we have to. And just leave that off.
Turn off the fasten seatbelt sign. However, we always recommend to keep your seatbelt fastened while you're seated. In a few moments, the flight attendants will be passing around the cabin to offer you hot or cold drinks, as well as a light meal. Alcoholic drinks are also available at a nominal charge. Now, sit back, relax, and enjoy the flight. Thank you.
All right, looking at our charts, folks. Let me see here. Let me bring charts in. All right, we're going to go to SimBrief. Bear with me here, folks. This is always the tricky part. All right, well. Yeah, I'm not going to easily get to it. Okay, we'll go the other way. Hang on. All right, we'll go to SimBrief. View our flight plan. Come down here. And flight maps. All right. I don't think it did that for you. Okay, hang on. We'll. Everything's just not wanting to work for me. All right, well, as you can see in our flight plan, HILTY, we step climb to 34,000 and then we finish off the back half of the flight. Okay. We're not far off. So once we cross that, we'll step up to 34,000 and then set up for the remainder of the flight. Now, one thing I can show you from here, bear with me, I'm going to bring the flight maps up again. Okay, so when we step up, whoop, that's too high, to 34,000, here's the winds. And you can see there's not many marks on these poles. So, well, actually, we'll have to kind of watch. it'll start calming down as we get towards the west coast, otherwise known as the left coast. We left the right coast, headed to the left coast. All right, folks, enjoy the music, and thank you for flying with Mike. Again, without you all, it's very hard to have a Flying with Mike stream, but we are so thankful for each and every one, and hope you all have a great week. All right, folks. Like I said, still here, still cruising along. Let me see where we are. Just doing a little job searching in the background, keeping that avenue open because, yeah, just need to get back to work. All right, so we just passed HILTY. And if you notice, we're still altitude select. Now, I should have set us in altitude hold. Shame on me. First thing I want to do, come over here. Let's get our altitude. To 35. So we're pressurizing now the cabin to handle 34,000 feet. And up we go. Now, one thing I was remiss, and you would not have heard ATC had I not put that up there. And that was bad on my part. Sorry. I don't know what's up, why we have to do that, but for some reason, all of us, with either the latest X pilot or latest client updates for this product or yours as well, we've lost the ability to hear them. And I don't know why. So we are on our way, and I feel like I am just booming through this mic. So I'm going to pull it back just a bit. If it seems quiet, let me know. We can put it back up. There, we're not going into the yellow as often. So, all right, so we're on our way, folks, and hope you all enjoy the ride. And we only have about 2 hours and 45 minutes to get there. Oh, wait. Oh, I went and set 35. My bad. I was looking, why are we going through 34 and yet we had it set? All right, we'll get her straightened out here, folks. Actually, to be honest with you, I learned many years ago I flew in a commemorative air group on the flight sims with B-17s. Talk about having a bunch of fun. That was about the time when I played in Digital Combat Sim and BMS. And that was some of the best flying I've ever got to participate in, and yet some of the longest short hauls I've ever done. Case in point, we're flying from England to Germany. Most of you know that's about an hour, maybe 2 at the most. It's 8 hours in a B-17. Now, granted, they don't go the direct route either way, and that's obviously because then they know how they're getting there. Oh my gosh, though, how much how much fun it was to fly the B-17, and then if you're like me, you begin to think what it was like for the real crew. That is a whole different thing. I can't simulate what it's like for the real crew to be all geared up like they were to stay warm and to help shield from flak that blows off the plane from the flak shells or the fighter runs. I mean, what a fun time that was. But boy, we flew some 8-hour missions, folks, and they're not. And you have to stay in a formation because all the guns are training on the fighters. It took some fun. It took a lot, and there was a lot of talk. DCS was going to bring at least the B-17 over. They did not. They kept it to just the P-51 and the P-47, plus their counterparts in the other air forces. To my much to my would have loved to have seen the level of detail they take it to versus what AOA did in Flight Sim. Because Flight Sim, you're limited. There, you're not. Say, what's up, Duluth Fly? Welcome in, sir. Hope you're having a grand day at it. Did I spell you wrong? Oh, I missed a U. Oh, I love when I spell wrong. There, we got you right that time. But yeah, folks, getting back to it. Yeah, flying that B-17 into Flight Sim was great. Would have loved to have taken it to that next level. Never got the chance. Although I did fly the P-51s. They were pretty cool in digital combat until the blue screens hit, and then kicked me away after about a month of dealing with that. All right, so we're on our way, folks. Glad you're here, and hope you all have a great day. All right, folks, welcome back out of the ad break. As you can see, we're flying for FedEx Express Virtual today. Great bunch of people, folks. Hope you all get some time, check them out. They keep things pretty easy. They just want to make sure you can fly the planes. So when you do fly on VATSIM, you're not crashing them. Beyond that, folks, you know, all they want is just the ability to fly. They don't test you or anything like that. So give them a try, folks. Check them out. Decide whether they're good for you, and come aboard. Been there, as we found out, almost 8 years now. I'm going to double check my math. Yeah, over 8 years, 8.5 years coming up, folks. So great. That just tells you the testament to how good they are. They really are a phenomenal group. So all right. Well, I will be right back, folks. Got a chore to do, and we'll be right back. We got about 2.5 hours to Los Angeles. All right, folks. So, I hope your days are going well this summer, folks, as we've kicked off the summer season. Hope things are well for you. All right, so we're now 34,000 feet, 2 hours, 20-ish minutes out of Los Angeles. And see a lot of people out there lurking about, and glad to see you in the channel. Hope you all are having a great weekend or weekend, great summer. Some are in their summer breaks, some are just enjoying some time off. I'm glad you spent it with us, folks. Sure am glad. So, all right, now this is the 747 Classic 200 from Felis. Probably one of the best aircraft in the fleet that I have on the payware side. Just a beautiful rendition of the Purple People Eater. And I don't know if FedEx coined that, but if I did, anytime you guys say that, you know I have to get some money for it. Just kidding. But anyway, there she is, the old purple and white Federal Express 747. Out of curiosity, nope, it's not what I thought it was going to say. Oh, wrong way. Let's go that way. Thought it was going to say the airline that was with, but it's, or they got it from, I should say. For a while there, they did have 747s, and purchased or acquired, or whatever word they want to use, from Flying Tigers. That's right, folks. Back in the day, Tigers did fly. Melvin Leroy, welcome in, sir. Oh, what a joy to see you hanging out. Glad to have you aboard, sir. Hope you enjoy a classic day. Yeah, I've been flying it. I love this plane, actually. Unfortunately, you will Notice it as well. I don't fly it with the SIVAs. Um, too much trouble. Long time ago with them. I don't even want to entertain the possibility of it happening again. So we just stick with the default FMCs. Uh, used to love flying this plane with them, and not Felis. This goes back, folks, to Century of Flight. Ready for Pushback, I think, was the name of the guy that, wow, what a 747-200. I wasn't too keen on the exterior. Get under the hood, inside the aircraft, and wow, what a job he did. For probably one of the best simulators ever made, a Century of Flight. So, love this girl. And when the 400 started coming out for flight simming, oh yeah, we liked it. I really liked the one for X-Plane more than PMDG, but, you know, hey, to each their own. But there we are, folks, high above. We are starting to get into the lee, I think is what it's called, of the Rockies. Maybe a little further to go. Curious, let's see. Oh yeah, we got a little further to go. And getting into the flatlands of Oklahoma, Panhandle, and Texas, all of that just flat as, I mean, I'd say flat as a board, but I think the board has more humps in it than the land of Oklahoma and in both the Panhandle of Texas and Oklahoma. Wow, was that some flat country? All right, let me try and get a read on where we are. All right, we're cruising just north and west of Tulsa. So swing. Off in that general direction will be Okie City. And now we're beginning to get into the real flat part of this area. Folks, when I used to drive a truck, I-35 was unbelievable. From, I know for sure, Oklahoma City, I'm pretty sure all the way down to the Texas border, up through Wichita to Salina. Folks, literally the silos were the for the different crops were the tallest buildings in some of these big cities. It's just unbelievable. Wichita was the one that blew me away. There were no buildings taller than the ones, and whole trains could be filled by these silos. So it was unreal. And just how flat. Now, I thought from Cape Girardeau, about 10 miles south, you come off the bluff on I-55 all the way to Memphis, and then if you follow the Mississippi closer to it, it is flat as a board. Well, it's flatter even here. And by the way, that stretch I mentioned on I-55 over here in Missouri, you're probably 5-10 miles from the river, Mississippi. Here, there is no river. It's just flat. Hence, for those of you that follow the storm chasers, why they can see tornadoes so far away. There's really no obstructions out here. It's all farmland. And literally, you can see tornadoes 10, 15 miles away. Just because you see it, you don't take cover until it looks like, oh yeah, it is coming to us. So, just unbelievable out here. Just like that stretch I was talking about on 55. Unbelievable how flat it is there. There's one big rise, Paragould, Arkansas. Beyond that, until you get to Memphis, folks, it's unbelievable how flat parts of this country can get. And yet, how mountainous other parts. We had Melvin Leroy there for a couple seconds chatting. He's in one of those mountainous areas. And boy, I mean, like I said, night and day in some of these. And then off in the distance, you begin to see the mountain ranges of Colorado, New Mexico. So, again, what a country, folks. I mean, if you ever get a chance to go coast to coast and drive it, you will be so amazed at what a country it is. And if you ever get the chance, I didn't. I would have loved to have taken the Alcan, ran it up through Canada into Alaska. It's a famous World War II route that they built in case Japan was overtaking. They could get supplies into Alaska. And it was far enough in, the planes couldn't reach them. So that's how they knew they could get the supplies in. And today we get to enjoy that route. Beautiful run from what I've heard. I think it's Montana, Western Washington, straight up towards, well, it runs all the way up into Fairbanks. But it just, oh, I'd love to do it one year. Yeah, and by the way, folks, we are taking screenshots. Phil, Iowa Scotsman, welcome in, sir. Glad to have you aboard. Little south of your territory. Starting to push into the western portions of Oklahoma, headed to Oklahoma. Oh no, we're headed to Los Angeles. Welcome back, folks. So we're out in western Oklahoma, headed to Los Angeles. Started the trail, Greensboro, North Carolina. One of FedEx's regional hubs, and we're now headed to Los Angeles, the other side of the country, regional. And we're flying in it. Yes, folks, I'm going to use my favorite term, Purple People Eater. FedEx. I'm sorry, Federal Express. Like I said, many of you may never have known the company actually. That's how it started, under that name, Federal Express. And the aircraft were purple. that goes back a ways. I'm going to say, I don't think we started using the term FedEx until maybe the latter part of the early 2000s, meaning like 2005 to 2010. Correct me if I'm wrong, folks. Because I know when I was hauling for Emery Worldwide, there's one y'all don't know much of or hear much of. It's because they're out of business. But they were called Federal Express then. Only reason I know that is a couple of times I'd go out on the ramp in Des Moines and our either DC-8 or 727 for Emery was there parked next to, guessed it, Federal Express. I believe they always had a 727 there. I don't think they had one. I don't know if the A300s were there yet or not. Well, in Des Moines. It's always fun to pull out onto that ramp. Be parked off to the side, the loader up to the plane, me to the other end of it, and switching cans. Just kind of fun. Just those were the days. All right, folks, we are on our way. We're just under or just over 2 hours out of Los Angeles. A glutton for punishment, we're going to give it another run, see if we can have another good flight in and out of Los Angeles, Tracon area, and we'll see. All right, folks. Sorry about that. Was trying to get some additional music in here since the majority of our go-to music is being contested over with YouTube, and the fact that it is not copyright, no copyright sounds. It's who knows what's causing it. So, in my attempt to keep it from getting worse, I'm just pulling their music out of the rotation until things change, whatever that means and whatever that takes. So I hope y'all enjoy. We're out here flying. We got about an hour and 50 minutes to go. We'll start talking about the Hollywood 1 arrival to 25 left in Los Angeles here shortly as we take a look out over the nose. Of course, I could say the mountains are ahead. Can't see them. All right, well, you know, that's how it goes. Where are we, by the way? Well, it looks like we're somewhere between lost and found. Let's see if the aeronautical charts will help any. So we're somewhere around, is that Kansas? Oklahoma. Okay, Woodward, Oklahoma. It appears. And there's a little pop-up. So, anyway, hope y'all are having a fantastic Tuesday. And again, thank you for those taking some much needed time off and some mandated, depending, because that's just the way the year is, or as in my case, we won't get into that too much. We're here to lessen the loads on us, and that's what we're trying to do here, folks. That's our main goal at Flying with Mike. Next is to get you into the cockpits either of a flight sim aircraft, that would be awesome, or creme de la creme real airplane. That, folks, would be awesome. We got a couple here that actually are in flight training, and good luck to them. And some who, just like me, have the license. They're capable, able to fly. I am just money-wise unable to. And please don't take that, folks, the wrong way. I've been that way since 1985, so so it's a very expensive proposition to go up into the air. I'll give you a hint. It's about $100 an hour. You might be able to find airplanes maybe at around $50 an hour, but if you do, keep it to yourself. Actually, tell me, then keep it to yourself. No, just kidding. But anyway, folks, that's why. And I miss it. I miss flying. I mean, it's one of those things. So I've substituted it here with the flight sim. It's just so relaxing to, and many will say, how can you relax? It just seems weird, folks, but I just completely I don't know the words to describe it. To go up, flying the aircraft, landings, takeoffs, everything I did was just, it was really fun. And miss it, but I can also say I've been blessed. one, that I did have the opportunity, but two, you know, I may not be able to get back into the seat, but I'm blessed with the cockpit with you all out there listening. But more importantly, God has blessed me with a marvelous family that, you know, had I pursued that dream in the way my life was going, folks, that may never have happened, this beautiful family. And, you know, you got to sometimes take that bigger look at things and realize and start counting the blessings right in front of your face that God has given you. So, even in the bleak times I'm in right now, folks, I still have a wonderful family. Let alone a wonderful God. So, all right, I need to get in here and do some updating. Bear with me, folks. Just got to figure out where it's hiding. There we go. All right, that actually wasn't as painful as I thought it would be. Ah. All right, so getting some new music we're pulling in here. Um, all right, so we're starting into the Rockies. So I hope y'all enjoy the ride. We'll be just sitting here on the side, folks. Any questions about anything, be it flying, the stream, particular aircrafts in the flight sim world, hey, I'll give it my best. Worst I can tell you is I don't have that aircraft, so I can't really talk, but I may know some things about it to help you. Been around this for quite a while, folks. Been around aviation all my life. Even in the days of driving a truck, as you saw, folks, I still found time to still haul some air freight. So, hope you all enjoy. We got about an hour, about 45 minutes from now, we'll get into talking about the arrival and see what we can do. Helps to be unmuted. Hope you liked a little bit of the new music we put in here to kind of supplement problems with the music we do like to run. Just, you know, I hate we got to go through this all the time, and well, hopefully we can get through all of this. So figure out why we have to would be the big reason for me. But anyway, I hope you've enjoyed. Just looking for some others I haven't brought over. Just troublesome that the majority of the music is from the group that just is the one giving me all the troubles. All right, so we'll just keep going on. We got about an hour, about 25 minutes, and we'll start in on the arrival brief, and about an hour and 25 minutes to the arrival. So gives you an idea of how long we're going here, folks. So, again, as I've been saying, hope y'all are having a great Tuesday. Hump Day Eve, folks, Wednesday coming up, and hope y'all enjoy. Also, I've been mentioning it. starting 1 July, viewer appreciation starts. So that is the month we became an affiliate. Hard to believe, 2 years ago, folks, back actually. Holy mackerel. That's 3 years now, come to think of it. Wow. Amazing, isn't it, folks? So, but anyway, it is all about you all. And we'll have some giveaways, may even run a subathon, who knows. But it's all about the give back to you all. So thank you so much for being a part of Flying with Mike, making us an affiliate. Folks, I can't do that. There's no amount of money out there. It's kind of a lot like other things I know. The people who listen made us the affiliate that we are today. And just want to say thank you. And for the whole month, we plan to do that. Gonna start looking for events and all we can get into. Like I said, we're gonna try maybe a subathon, and maybe even a charity flight. I don't know. I really don't know how to take care of that, but we might just dig into that too. So, but we're here to make it for you all. The people behind who have made Flying with Mike. And I look forward to July 1 to July 31. Look forward to it for every year. This year, I actually get to fly a lot of it. So, look forward to it, folks. And if you would, come on over to our Discord channel. Hang on, let me get that invite out there. And put in some suggested routes, suggested events. I'd love to look at them and see if we can't make them happen. Or how we can make them happen. So. But again, thank you, folks. That's what July is all about. It's all, like I said, all about you all. The folks that made Flying with Mike an affiliate. And just some light humor, if you will. Let me bring this up. See if you see it. The little green monster down here. Sorry. You know, everyone looks for fun things in hurricanes. This is a thunderstorm complex. A little green monster down there in Texas, Oklahoma. Anyway, like I said, some lightheartedness there. All right, let's take a look out, see what we can see as we fly through the high plains, high country here. All right, folks, back with you. Glad you all are here and look forward to the arrival into Los Angeles. Now, you all may be wondering why the client that I use to connect to VATSIM is always on screen. For some reason, folks, when I take it off, it no longer allows us to hear ATC. So, and for that reason, I have to keep it up. And with the check mark on OBS, saying basically putting Xpilot in my audio mixer. So I don't know the whole what's up with that. So, all right, folks, we're about 10 minutes or so from our arrival brief into Los Angeles on the Hollywood one arrival. So, hope you all enjoy the music here for a little bit, and we'll begin setting up for the arrival. All right, folks. All right, let's go ahead, set up this arrival, get it all piecemealed together, and see what we can pull off today. Hang on a second, just trying to get things. I thought I had them set up on my end. There we go. All right, so we got the charts program pulled. Coming in here, I believe this is Winslow, Arizona. Double check here if I can find it. Yep, Winslow, Arizona. And then Prescott's our next stop. And then we get on the GABBL 6, which starts us into the arrival. Now, you all didn't really see a lot of that. Let me kind of show you Winslow, Prescott, GABBL. All right, so for the Hollywood 1 arrival, you can kind of see the track we're going to take. Up here gives you the specifications. You know, we got an ATIS on 133.8. LA is 128 feet above sea level, and working our way across. Okay, turbojets only. And for this, 25 left is the expected runway. Not to say we can't check anywhere else. Number 5, though, I've never seen. Expect area altimeter reaching 23,000. They trying to tell us the transition's 23,000? This is North America. It's 18,000. Although this is California, they think they're their own continent. Huh, interesting. All right, well, anyway, for the routing, it's Hollywood. Oh, this is from Hollywood, so you got to get there first. GABBL, Newman, or Chaplin, Newman, Medler, Monroe, Hollywood. You didn't know, folks, all actors. Pretty big names, but actors nonetheless. Okay, from Hollywood, it's Bruin, Avatar, Day, What Up, and Nelly. Then on to Seaview. All right, now you can see all the different altitude constraints here. Not going to really bore you with all of those. We'll descend via it if told to by ATC. The big is we need to be at 270 knots here at Seaview between 12 and 14. I like to get to the lower number. And again, we're expecting ILS, RNAV, RNIP to run 25 left from Seaview. Weather in the Los Angeles area, winds 250 at 7-8 miles. Instrument conditions, folks, overcast at 800 feet. 17 degrees, 2993. So other than the fact we have a low deck of clouds over Los Angeles airport, we are pretty much on a pretty good day into there. All right, and real world as of 47 minutes ago says pretty much the same thing. Dump. Yeah, pretty much the same. Simultaneous approaches to 24 right, 25 left. We're told by chart 25 left. All right, so let's switch over now to the instrument approach chart. Okay, again, you're going to notice the ATIS, all of the frequencies that are possible for Los Angeles. The big one we'll have to set is 1099. That is our localizer. We're going to probably set both and come in full Cat 2 arrival. Folks, 800 feet, something not to, I mean, if that is truly where it'll show up here, great. If not, we better be ready to auto land. So, 251's our final approach course. Gigi, 1900 feet. MSL, 1796 feet above the ground. Decision height, we're going to set 200 feet. And the only reason being, it's real easy to do on our radar altimeter. Should we have to go missed, we'll go either per instructions given by the controller or follow the published, climb to 2000 on a heading of 251, intercept the radial 195. Oh, I'm sorry. I was ahead of myself. Until crossing the Santa Monica VOR 160. Then 236. So 160, but we're still climbing. I was thrown. I thought we are going 2000, and then anyway, out to cat lay and hold. And then get revectored back in, probably on the tornado arrival. All right, so we're going to be coming in here, Sivu, max speed 270 down to Crane. We got to be at 10,000 feet, 250. Track it in, folks. I've tried my best to giggy all the way to show both the vertical profile and what you look like on the map. Crane, tarmac, dymo, fueler, gate, Hyundai, Giggy. Remember Giggy, 1900 feet? Yep, be there. ILS is 1099 ILX and 251, and the Los Angeles VOR is 13.6. All right, so again, vertically, this is how it's going to look to get us to the 1900 foot. From Giggy to the missed approach point for us will be right about here, 221, 2 minutes, 21 seconds. We have ALSIF 2 arrival with Pappies on the right-hand side. All right, all important area now that we have a ceiling set at 800 feet. We can go as low as 200 feet on this chart. If we go any lower, we pull up the Cat 2, Cat 3 arrival. Okay, so we can drop to 200.5 miles. So 200 feet and a half mile visibility, and we're just see visibility is 8 miles, so that's not an issue. And RVR, what? Getting an RVR? Huh. Think with conditions like that, an RVR would come up. That shows I don't know necessarily the rules for that, but to me, unless it's because the visibility's at 8 miles, and hence no need to put it. Interesting. So that's what we're dealing with, folks. We're above minimums. We're good for that approach. If we have to go Cat 2, everything's the same. Minimums, however, come down to 100 feet. And if we're there, there will be an RVR. As long as we're 12 and above, we're fine. All right, folks. One last thing to set up, and that is our numbers for the arrival. All we got to do is come down, landing performance, load sheet. That gets our loading information in the ballpark of it. And now we start plugging it in. All right, LAX, 11,000 feet away. Actually, it's 11,095 feet. However, I'm not rounding up. I don't want to go into the blast pad if worst case scenario. 100 feet and 250. All right, we are landing. I haven't seen anything to tell me otherwise dry. And temperature 17. Altimeter 2993. Winds 250. 10 knots. Correction, 7 knots. Still 54 minutes old, folks, so quite old. Oh, it's okay, 140's our landing speed. 140, let's go with 147 down the approach. So we'll make 59, we'll go with medium braking, right? So we'll use 5,900 feet of the runway, putting us somewhere right in between Alpha 7, Alpha 8, worst case Lima, because we may float. We floated last time, we may very well do it again. And that, folks, is the arrival. All right, folks, sorry, I had myself muted. Trying a new way to help cut down on some of the scratchiness in the stream. All right, let me take a look here, folks. All right, so we have a departure up again. There's hardly anyone in the LA area. Oh, excuse me. A lot of traffic, though, down in San Diego, looking here at Sim Toolkit, as we're in between Winslow and Prescott. Take a look at this arrival. Yeah, it's RNAV. Okay, I was thinking maybe I could fly this. No, it's RNAV. All right. So GABBL, Newman, or Chaplin, Newman, Medler, Monroe, Hollywood below 32,000. All right, so obviously our descent's going to be somewhere in the neighborhood of Monroe. All right, so I hope y'all have enjoyed. Let me take a look at how our fuel burn's going. We're looking really good here. Now, I know you guys go, man, the tank 1 and 2 are starting to look kind of low. I still got 3,700 pounds of fuel to feed into them as we start the descent. So everything looking great. The big thing for me is to remember, otherwise, don't worry, there is a gentleman over at the Felis site for this aircraft who will remind me, you hurt me on the descent, you forgot to lower the pressure. We'll get the cabin descent set up when we're there. He cracks me up all the time, so he does give me a lot of good information. Now, folks, their Discord site over there, Felis, phenomenal information. Questions you might have, they'll definitely have answers. So my big question still is, I'll put it out to you all. They told me my throttle appeared noisy. I don't know what that means aside from how I could take that. And I don't want to go there. But that a setting over here takes care of that. And I'm assuming I got it. Hang on, not this page. With this one. But now I'm wondering if it's this one. So I don't know. Nothing else seems to tell me that. So I'm hoping I got the right one. All right, just to give you, Sedona. A lot of, comes out of Sedona. So we are, as you can tell, Prescott's right up ahead, and we'll be starting checklists here shortly for the descent. Actually, you'd be shocked when we start it, just like the after takeoff. There's a lot of that starts at 10,000 feet. So we'll take it in with a grain of salt and see if we can't bring it all together here and show you what we mean. So again, thanks for being a part of Flying with Mike. And we are so looking forward to July. And looking at the FMCs, yeah, I know, folks, you can make your comments. 202 miles out from, I'm going to start the descent at Monroe. Again, we're about 20-30 miles out of GABBL, getting ready to enter the Hollywood 1 arrival into Los Angeles. Departure is up, and we'll switch over as we get closer. And I think with that bank, folks, we have entered the Hollywood 1 arrival. Again, Los Angeles departure is up 124.3. So we'll be, let's go ahead, start getting things set up. All right, so down here, okay, and we are set up now for Lise to flip over to their channel and get things going. Folks, I hope you've enjoyed. We've been up for a better part of 5 hours now from the start back in Triad Airport there in Greensboro, all the way over here to Los Angeles. So, hope you all have enjoyed, learned a little along the way, enjoyed, relaxed, and hope at some points we brought a little bit of a smile to the face, because I know some really need it, including this one. So, and as the verse of the day comes up, may you find that everlasting rock in the Lord our God. All right, so as I look at this, if we get to Monroe, that'll get us going down. I want to be at 12,000 there, so okay, that'll be perfect. All right, folks, hope you've enjoyed. And if you've missed anything, especially in the getting the plane ready to go in Triad, that takes about an hour, folks. I can speed it up when I'm not streaming, but not by much. It just takes time, folks. A lot of things to test. If you don't run the checklists, yeah, that could speed it up a little, but you're only talking at the most 5 minutes, maybe. So, but if you missed anything, folks, truly, check and head over to our YouTube channel. You're going to find a whole bunch of flights, a whole bunch of streams there, a lot of content. Check it out, folks. Feel free to subscribe, folks. Subscribing to YouTube is not like subscribing to Twitch, although we'd love you to subscribe to the channel here at Twitch. We leave that up to you because that's actually going to cost you some money. But over at YouTube, all it is just, it's free. It just says, let me know when more content comes out, if you even tick off the notifications bell. If you don't, you're just, showing your support to Flying with Mike there at YouTube. So, and folks, if you're new to the channel here at Flying with Mike, here on Twitch, we'd love for you to smash that follow button and come on board when we're up and streaming. We're beginning to test with maybe some different streaming times. Not much you can do with a little bit of a longer haul here. When you're talking, what was this, 1,800 miles? 1,900, okay. Hang on a second, some briefs new. Let me see what, oh, they don't tell me what's new. All right, 1,908 miles, and so it is going to take a little bit. Not really sure who this is out here. But whatever, So that they can keep chit-chatting on the Unicom. We'll be over to approach here soon, or departure. All right. And those actually first time hopping on board Flying with Mike. I've been pretty much with aviation all of my life. Do have a private pilot's license, albeit not current, and not current since 1985. Just, folks, it's a very expensive hobby. You thought flight simming was expensive? Try 1 hour in a Cessna 172 or a Piper Archer Warrior. Woohoo. 10 of those, 10 hours in that just paid for many of yours computers. But anyway, but yeah, I started as a private pilot. Like I said, left, just couldn't afford much more. Came back in the flight sim world, much more affordable, about 98, 99 time frame. And started off with either Microsoft 98 or Flight Sim 2000. Progressed up through 2002, a century of flight, to FSX. And I'm going to be honest with you folks. I know a lot of you are going to gripe with me, but a century of flight was probably Microsoft's crowning simulator. Nothing's come close since. With FSX and a new computer that was able to run it, it was actually not that bad. Wasn't all that great, but it wasn't all that bad, as people put it. However, a few years later, the computer ran out of memory and I couldn't even get it to boot up. So we changed computers and tried out this thing called X-Plane 11. And folks, never going back to Microsoft. Sorry, just not happening. The flights, the dynamics, everything within this simulator, far, far above what Microsoft comes up with. So I'm not going back. And now we're in 12. Wow. I mean, it just keeps getting better with each new release that comes out, each new update, and they're phenomenal. So I will, like I said, not be crossing anytime in the next years. So there you go, folks. I'm the one, if you want to find out what X-Plane is all about, I'm one of the few streamers, it seems like, in X-Plane. But you know what? The rest just don't know how good it is over here. All right, we are closing in on Monroe, I believe. Let me see. Yes, we are. Well, we're about to go past Medlar. And then it's a 15-mile run. So let's start thinking about the descent. Okay, we've got to be below 32,000, but by Bruin, we've got to be above 24. Guess what we're setting? You guessed it. All right. Kind of curious when we're going to have to switch over. Really am. Okay, there's Medlar. So 15 miles from here, folks, we'll then start our descent. Down to 24, and then just work it down. 19, 17, 15, all the way down to 12,000. So all right, looks like about 8 miles, folks, and we'll start into our descent. Well, actually, we can start in now. Oh, and now Tower has jumped in, so we'll go from approach, well, in this case, departure, to Tower. And yeah. So currently Yankees in effect, 24 right, 25 left. Any improvement? Oh, we're up to 1,000 feet, so maybe it's a maritime deal and the fog is lifting. See? So yeah, looks pretty good. And I'm looking at VATSIM's ATIS. Okay, well, we've got Hollywood beat now at under 32,000. And you know what? We're going to need to pull this. Okay, we'll come down at 300 till, oh, actually Bruins 280. So let's go ahead, back it down. All right, just about over Hollywood. Just crossed it. Let's go to about 1,500 feet a minute. All right, let's go back, get the seatbelt signs on.
And then the captain has turned on the fasten seatbelt sign. We are now crossing the zone of turbulence. Please return your seats and keep your seatbelts fastened. Thank you.
Sorry about that, folks. And we're going now for 19 as the bottom. See how we're doing here, 280. Next slow up is Seaview at 270. So we'll maintain 280 for now. There we go. So again, hope you've enjoyed the run, folks. Hope it's been entertaining and hopefully a little uplifting to help those of us struggling these days. So that's kind of what I try to put this behind. Plus, I also look to help people get into the air, be it flight sim, be it real world. So may have to steepen this up. Let's go to 2,000. Okay, and we're 80 miles from the airport. And we'll set in our frequency once we get closer to Sivu. All right, at least we're getting below 24,000 in time for Avatar. And then day, it's above 17. Actually going to set us out to... Now, one thing about the autopilot system on here I wish would spill into other aircraft of this genre is this vertical speed indicator. Notice how it's got the numbering system here to help you know where you're at. Oh, so many times I wish they had that. Just so much in helping. All right, folks, let's get over to departure. Approach, whatever the heck they want to call themselves again today. Uh, 124th. 24,300. SoCal departure. FedEx 811 Heavy with you, descending through 20,000 on the Hollywood 1 arrival.
FedEx 811 Heavy SoCal, approach LA altimeter 29902. Ident.
And FedEx 811 ident.
LA arrival, $11 on the Ironman 2 arrival.
$11 SoCal approach LA altimeter 29902. Ident. FedEx 811 Heavy radar contact 15 miles east of the Paradise VORC altitude.
FedEx 811 passing 19,000, descending on the Hollywood 1.
FedEx 811 Heavy, descend via the Hollywood 1 arrival at Seaview, cleared ILS, runway 25 left approach.
And FedEx 811 copies, continue the descent via Hollywood 1. After Seaview, we're cleared for the approach, 25 left ILS.
$11 radar contact 5 miles west of the Fillmore VORC altitude.
$11, descending through 17,000.
$11, roger. Descend via the Ironman 2 arrival. Expect ILS, runway 25 left approach.
$11, could I get 24 right, sir?
$11, expect that.
Roger that, 24 right, $11.
SoCal United 1712 descending 220.
At 1712 SoCal approach LA altimeter 29902. Ident.
Squawking ident, we have Yankee United 1712.
Added 1712, thanks for a Yankee radar contact 20 miles northwest of the Fillmore VORC altitude.
United 1712 descending through flight level 210.
1712, send via the Ironman to arrival. Expect ILS from a 25 left approach.
Descend Ironman 2 ILS 25 left, United 1712, thanks.
Okay, folks, getting caught up here. We're direct now to Crane, which will put us on the localizer approximately 37 miles from good old Los Angeles. We're going to go ahead and start the speed brakes in again. At that point, we're going to begin looking this over. Let's get up here, get some of it set. Medium. Right, and spoilers we're not going to arm. Well, we might. Ooh, let's go ahead. Open them. Fuel heat off. Okay, let's continue this descent down to 8,000 till and now I'm going to dial in 1099, correct? I went the wrong way. Go. Currently not picking it up. Okay. So we're going to keep on the RNAV, descending on it. All right, we're about 1,000 feet high. So hopefully we can make it up here to Tarok. We just crossed it, so now we're 8,000. 7, we're going to set 7,000.
10,000.
All right, if I get quiet, folks, it's because we're pretty busy.
Approach checklist, please.
Seatbelts and shoulder harness.
Check.
Seatbelts and no smoking signs.
On.
Anti-ice.
Off.
Exterior lights.
Check.
Outer brakes.
Medium.
Radio INS switches.
Radio.
Flight director computer selectors.
Check.
Brake pressure.
Check.
Spoilers.
Hold on.
All right, we're going to pause the music there, folks. A little bit distracting for me, as I'm trying to figure out if we actually have the ILS. I think we do. That we do not. Okay, I'm going to slow to 220. Actually, let's make it 210. get under this, see if we're actually
1000 level off.
on the glide slope. There we go. Now I feel better.
$11, fly heading 070, descend and maintain 2,600, vectors to final.
Roger that, $11,070 and down to 2,600.
Flaps 1.
FedEx 811, heavy contact LA Tower 120.905.
120.905, FedEx 811.
United 839 Heavy, contact SoCal departure 124.3, see ya.
LA departure, thank you very much, see you, United 839 Heavy, bye-bye.
LA Tower, FedEx 811 on the ILS, 10 miles out for 25 left. Yankee.
FedEx 811 Heavy, Los Angeles Tower, wind 250 at 7, runway 25 left, cleared to land.
Cleared to land, 25 left, FedEx 811.
Flaps 10. Gear down. Gears down, green light. Flaps 20. Flaps 25. Flaps 30.
Okay, flaps set, gears down, fuel, spoilers.
Armed. Hold on.
Altimeters.
1, 0, 1, 3. Set and cross check.
Landing data, EPR and airspeed bugs.
Set and cross check.
Seat belts and shoulder harness. Check. Fuel panel. Check. Fuel heat. Off.
1000.
EPR computer. Go around. Cabin altitude. Check. Circuit breakers. Check. Approach checklist completed.
Cleared to land.
500.
Sink rate. Sink rate.
Approaching
Sink
minimums.
rate.
Minimums.
Pull up. Pull up. Pull up. Pull up. Sink rate. Pull up.
$50, $40, $30, $20, $10. Gear up.
Tower, FedEx 811, we're going to have to go around. We ended up being long.
Flaps 5.
Tower, $11 on final runway 24
Gears up.
right.
FedEx 811 Heavy, turn left heading 220, climb maintain 2000.
220, 2000, FedEx 811. And I think we're going to go ahead and disconnect. We're also having issues with VATSIM and the frame rates.
Okay, roger that. Sorry to hear that, and have a good day.
FedEx 811 copies. Have a good day. Crap. Oh, I saw what looked like the water, folks. About freaked me out.
Level off.
All right, we're going to have to work this out. Hang on a second, folks. Let me... Okay, I'm going to go ahead. Since we're on our own, we don't have to worry about VATSIM anymore. Okay, flaps are 5. Okay, let's try this again. Let's do a heading of 070. All right. I think we got everything back in order. It kept it from overspeed, that's for sure. All right, now let's get back down to altitude. Okay.
Level off.
Perfect. All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to fly the tornado transition. Even though I'm not programmed for it, we're just going to fly it, folks. All right, here we go for attempt number 2.
Flaps 10. Localizer alive.
All right, folks, here we go. Second attempt. "13 miles out. Cleared to land." All right.
Flaps 20. Gear down. Flaps 25. Gears down, green light. Flaps 30.
Landing checklist.
Gear.
Down and check.
Down and check. Flaps.
Flaps 30.
Flaps 30. Ignition.
Flight start.
Anti-skid.
Check.
Altimeters. 1013. Set and cross-checked. Landing checklist completed.
All right, folks, here we go. Take 2. See if we can't get a little better on this. Change 1100. Okay. Flaps, gear, plenty of gas. Out we come, 1,500 feet.
$1,000. $500. Approaching
Landing.
minimums. Minimums.
Even though we're not set properly, we're landing this time. Oh yeah.
$50, $40, $30, $20, $10.
Check reverse.
Much better that time, folks.
Auto brake off. 60 knots. Out, off, reverse.
Flaps up.
All right, let's head over to FedEx. Kind of glad we went around, folks, because I'm not sure we'd have stayed on the runway. Notice the brake temperatures, folks. They came up into the yellow, which I expected. All right, let me see where we're going here, folks. We'll get down closer to FedEx. And we'll turn the flight directors off.
After landing checklist.
Brake pressure.
Check.
Body gear steering.
Arm.
Outer brakes.
Hold on. Off.
Ignition.
Damn. Off.
Engine and wing anti-ice.
Let's just take the standard. Okay.
Stand by.
Flaps.
Up.
Spoilers.
Damn. Down.
Stabilizer trim.
7 units.
Outflow valves. Manual. Aft cargo heat. Off. APU. Check. Checklist completed.
Cockpit to ground. Put the chocks on.
Chocks are on.
Come on. Really, really, this is probably my only thing that concerns me. Not with Felis, it's X-Plane in general. All right, so we got the engines finally shut down. We're in.
Cockpit to ground. Connect ground power.
Welcome to Los Angeles. Take 2. Let's see how that will go with the...
Ground power
actually
connected.
never done a go around here. All right, they're calling 103 feet a minute, 142, but I don't think I've ever done a go around here, so I don't know how that records. Bear with me a second, folks. Okay, it recorded. Give me a second. Let me take a look at this report. Ah, we actually made $6,000 by their cash flow report. Let's see here. Does it actually show a go around or not? Okay, so we'll never know, but we landed 142 knots, 103 feet a minute, 1.21 Gs. Now that's according to FedEx. Give us a second here. We're going to shut the plane down. All right, and if we look outside, you'll see there comes all the equipment in. All right, let's go here to the next one. All right, let me just start working this before we hit it so we can get there quickly. Okay, lights are off, beacons off.
All right, secure cockpit checklist.
Brakes.
Damn.
That was expected, folks. Hang on. I don't know how to answer what
Beacon
happened.
lights.
Off.
INS.
Align.
Probe and window heat.
Off.
Back valves. Check. Fuel boost pumps. Off. Reserve tank valves. Closed. Hydraulic panel. Check. Oxygen. Check. Flight recorder. Off.
Emergency lights.
Off.
Radar.
Damn. Off.
INS. This. Off. Wait. Radio switches.
Check was completed.
Okay, get through that real quick here. All right, now, one thing you notice. Now, I don't know if it's X-Plane, this 12.1.0 that causes that frame rate issue with the weather or the traffic here. Traffic on the ground here is somewhat minimal. I will not go on VATSIM because I will end up right in front of someone. There they are. They taxiing? All right, now, Sim Toolkit has 2 landings. Go figure that one. All right. I'll be interested to see how that worked out. I have 2 landings with them. 165. And I saw another one in there, it looked like. And one for 424. I think that was the go around. But it looks like I don't know which one they took. Okay, that's the first one. Kind of glad we rejected. I think we would have made the end of the runway. But halfway down, yeah, it's time to think about, let's just go around. All right, 156, 424. Boy, we were not slowing at all. All right, I wonder if I closed the throttles all the way. But anyway, we came back around. We got 165, 141, 108. That's pretty close to what FedEx read. So we're not going to see that one. I don't think you can go and see both. Wouldn't that be cool? But I know we landed somewhere in here. All right, so, it is what it is. Hey, we went around. Most of the time, I don't, folks. And you all did not see that. There we go. Let's go back and look at it. Maybe. There we go. GSO, okay. 4 hours, 47 minutes, 1,885 miles, 53,000 kilograms, 424 feet a minute, 1.1. So overall, not bad. Now, if you look on here, the second landing was 165 feet a minute at 141 knots, 1.08. So again, not bad. Let's look at it since you all didn't get to see it. All right. So this is where the first one actually touched down. And yeah, no, we should. The farthest I would have not, it was if we touched down here. And since we were halfway down, I said, might as well go. So not a bad flight, folks, at all. Just a little fun on the arrival, but that's what it's all about. Okay, hope you all enjoyed, and let's see what we can do. I'm going to go ahead, even though yesterday we had a good run with it in reverse, doing our check here, doing
Cockpit to ground. Disconnect ground power. Cockpit to ground. Remove the chocks.
Ground power disconnected. Chocks removed.
All right, let's see what happens. What we're going to do, folks, is try to do a replay and see how we did. I hope this is landing attempt. That crazy guy from Airplanes here. He's flashing the lights at us. Oh, I didn't mean to pull the Ford. This is our final landing. Oh, folks, that's what it's supposed to look like. Very nice indeed. Oh yeah, let's look at that from a few angles. I do not know what run. Whoa. Almost looks like from the angle of Hong Kong. If you don't mind, I'm going to take that back a little bit. Wow. That's all I can say there, folks. Wow. Would love to take it till we broke out, but oh, folks, I think you need your cameras here. The Purple People Leader has arrived in Los Angeles. Oops. Well, folks, that was very cool. We'll take a look at it from the Hawker 125C. Wow. All right, let's get up to the tower, get our last shot, folks, and that we're going to call it. Folks, it's been a pleasure. Holy mackerel, what tower? I wasn't sure what tower. Is that Hawthorne? Look at that landing, folks. That is how the Queen arrives. Welcome to Los Angeles, folks. Pleasure. Pleasure's been all mine flying from Piedmont Triad, Greensboro, North Carolina, across the country into Los Angeles. Folks, it has been so much fun. FedEx Express, thank you so much for keeping me around for 8 years. So glad. Enjoy flying all my flights with y'all. And just a blast. Folks, we are, like I said, we are going to wrap it up here. Again, thank you so much for putting up with me. And I hope y'all have a blessed week.
Cockpit to ground. Connect to ground power.
And as we get things set up here, folks, I really do hope the rest of your week goes well. And we hope to see you tomorrow. Tomorrow we are, give you a quick synopsis here, because I got to catch them before the next. Tomorrow, folks, those of you will not be happy. Hang on, stop. There we go. we are going to be back in the Airbus. We're going to fly out a flight we weren't able to do last week, Myrtle Beach to Lexington, and we'll see where we can go from there. So again, thank you for putting up with me today. Thank you, Federal Express, FedEx Express Virtual, to be exact. And we hope you all have a great day. And if you are interested in joining FedEx Express, like I said, I've been there over 8 years, folks. Great bunch of people. There's the website. And hope you all have a blessed day. God bless you all. We'll see you tomorrow.